Good morning. Good morning, dear all, dear participants. We hope you had a good sleep. Welcome to the second day of our Policy Labs. And I would like to invite and to pass the mic to the person without whom all this won't be possible, the CEO of the Erste Foundation, Boris Marte. He and his team from the day one supported Ukraine, expressed the solid commitment to support our brave country. And I want to use this moment to thank you once again for your trust and for the opportunity to have this freedom to create and innovate. And I do believe that what we create here, the Erste Stiftung, it's very important, very powerful ecosystem projects, and thank you for being part of our family. And Boris, please.
Thank you. Thank you. So good morning. Good morning to all of you. Jana, I still remember the day when you arrived here. The war started, and we met in a cafe, right? This was one of those historic days I will never forget in my life. And then we knew each other, right? Because we had some common touch points in the past, as you were still running kind of Babin Yar project. And I think it took us only a few hours to say that, Jana, we offer you the place here in the foundation, and you get all our support, all our infrastructure. I think that you have the ability here to support your country. And what you made out of it in the last years is just fantastic. Let me say this. It's the 4th edition of the Policy Labs, and thank you very much for all your power, emotion, and professionality you put into this. And it is fantastic to experience these talks here in the premises of Erste Foundation. We're very proud of that. From the first day on, we knew what our mission is and on which side we are. It was very clear. And since then, we've found different ways to do what we can do as a charitable foundation in order to support the Ukraine in this really crazy and awful times. We're Erste Foundation, right? The interesting story is that we survived. Well, the association behind us survived for a very long time, 2 world wars, and because I read the title of this conference, and what you're discussing about is the governance, some governance issues in times of crisis. And I thought this is the founding document of the Erste Association in the year 1819. 1819. And the interesting thing is it was founded by a bunch of people, but by 2 outstanding personalities. One was a Catholic priest caring for the poor, and the other one was Freiherr Bernhard von Aeschylus. He was a son of a famous rabbi in Vienna, but very much committed to enlightenment. It was a time, the beginning of the 19th century, it was a time where freedom played a big role, emancipation, new states coming up in Europe, kind of fighting people, Bürger, civil society on the merge of developing, press freedom, mid of the 19th century, everything. So this happened basically 30 years after the French Revolution. And if you read this founding document from that time, it smells this atmosphere. And there's one sentence in which is very important for us, because it says, if we open up like a savings association, and this is what Erste Group was in the beginning, a savings association, then no matter where people come from, what gender they have, what social status they have, what ethnic background they have, the door is open for everybody. Beginning of the 19th century in this document. Everything what they, as soon as they started working as a kind of a very principal form of a bank, it just took in liquidity and it started giving loans, became more and more like a bankish institution, but everything they earned, they donated. Today we would call it a social business. But of course, 200 years later, Erste Group is one of the biggest banks in Central, Eastern, Southeastern Europe. But what remained from the initial idea was that the core shareholder of Erste Group is a foundation. And this is who we are. So on the one side, we have our duties and rights and our mission as a core shareholder of a huge banking institution. On the other side, we use what we earn by the dividends and we invest it into those projects we think as relevant and necessary to create more inclusive democratic societies. That's the mission we have. Huh? And the message I would love to give you is that what you once write in your governance documents can once become a huge institution. You don't know, right? You don't know what will be in 50 years, 80 years, 100 years. But I see the importance of this archive because it still gives us motivation and emotion in what we do. And it will probably always be. And I think this is a very important moment, that the purpose of an organization or an institution gives the culture, and the culture is a moment which can create a sustainable form of mission and of execution. So the things you would love to achieve. And the way you do it is sometimes, more important than what you do exactly. Because sometimes you will ask more the questions how and why we do it than what we do. What we do is always an outcome of the why and of the how. And I think these three elements have to belong together to build like these are the elements around you build a good governance. Because the why thing is the one which motivates a much broader community than only the people who are on your, inner circle or around you, but can convince the public and the broader stakeholdership to be part of your mission. So we believe very much in this, and this is also how we built, this organization with a huge ambition, and it will always be around the fact that we believe that we are relevant for how societies develop in the countries where we work. And we can add a very, very relevant contribution to that. And there's something else in our terms, we have a freedom to do that because we don't depend on elections and we don't depend on what we earn. Yeah, of course we depend on what we earn, but we earn it by our ownership. That gives us a freedom. And the freedom is a huge responsibility to do the right things because it's something really, really valuable in societies we all know are very, sometimes tight, sometimes you have different political parties, and in your case anyway, it's another full load of complexity. But I wanted to say we believe very much in these policy labs because we think, and I say this every time when people come together here, that the war in Ukraine has to be considered and conceived also a war against us. It's not only about Ukraine. It's a war against the fundamentals of a liberal peace structure in Europe and in the world. It's a war against identity, and it's a war against identity we share, right? So we are part of it. This is so important, because it's not about contribution or help. No, we have to consider this as an attack on what we have been fighting for centuries and hundreds of years to be established, and where Ukraine started to embark on, right? And this, I think, is a necessary communication to the publics also in Western Europe, to say, no, 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 it's not just, helping somebody far away. No, it's surviving a bigger and a greater and a more peaceful Europe for the future generations. And therefore, everything we do, and your invitation, everything what Jana does here in the foundation, gets our full support. Because we see this. Just imagine the next steps which follow in case this war goes wrong for the Ukraine. It's a disaster. And it will hit us fully. So therefore, I think everything we can do now to keep the identity and the structures in Ukraine in place, keep it as a functioning society as much as possible, right? Helping the people to sustain. It's unbelievable, the pain which is coming over this country, right? And how hard it is to keep a society up, working, functioning in a moment like this is a key point, about the sustainable, about the future of this country. So see us as that, in this support, as partner, and see us also with this awareness of this moment of history in Europe. So enjoy the coffee here. If there are some complaints about what is going on, directly to me, right? I'm responsible. Enjoy the atmosphere of our library. A library always has no limits, because it might have limits in geography, but it had no limits in content. So feel this atmosphere of no limits in content. And I'm happy then to discuss with Jana the outcome of the fourth policy lab, but see us for the time, how much it needs for the future, being a committed foundation. Thank you for coming. Thank you for traveling to Vienna. Enjoy your time here, and everything will be good. Slava Ukraina.
Thank you. Boris came and Sun came, you see. Okay, I pass the mic now to the Philip, Alexandra, and again wish you us a full day of insights and constructive takeaways.
Thanks very much, Jana. Thank you, Boris, for this, putting everything under context, the bigger picture. I think this is very important, so thanks for this. Before we start the second day, I'd like to give the floor to a newcomer. So we have a newcomer this morning. It's Małgorzata. So we'll give her the opportunity to introduce herself so that she can feel that she's with us within the group. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to be a part of this very interesting seminar. My name is Małgorzata Wawrowska-Fontaden, and I'm representing Obmin Foundation. Obmin means in Ukraine exchange. We are Ukrainian-Polish team, and we have on our platform now 107 Ukrainian museums, including evacuated and relocated museums. Reason why Obmin was founded is because this war is not about conquering any territory. This war is about destroying Ukrainian nation, Ukrainian national identity, and destroying of culture, heritage, culture institution is not collateral damage, is this ugly Russian strategy, and museums plays a very important role in protecting national identity, and plays important role in strengthening of civil society in Ukraine. What we are doing. First, for us, it's very important to support Ukrainian Museum to build a stronger network inside of Ukraine. We support museums in their daily work. We are organizing online workshops in cooperation with Ukrainian Ministry of Culture and Information Policy. And in these workshops, we have sometimes more than 300 participants. It's for all museums, not only for museums on platform Obmin. We help Ukrainian museums to build connections, to build institution partnerships with museums in other countries, in Poland and in Germany. And what we are doing now, too, what is important part of our work is culture diplomacy. And we preparing now a conference in Berlin, end of the May, and we have been granted the status of official pre-conference to Ukraine Recovery Conference in June in Berlin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Małgorzata, and welcome to the group. So we are now on the second day, or the second lab of the policy lab, which is going to look into the funding and regulatory models to build on and to maybe re-put in context what we discussed yesterday in the first policy lab. I'll invite Anna Novosad to make an intervention that will dwell a bit on what we talked about yesterday, right?
Yes. Not a bit, quite a lot.
Quite a lot. So.
All right. Good. First of all, good morning, everyone. It's very interesting that both of our logos of Erste Foundation and Save Ed are Bs. I hope that RB in a few centuries will be as mature as this. I already texted my colleagues that perhaps we have to think about owning a bank. I asked today to be first. Mike, okay. I'll be standing because it's easier for me.
All right. Is it better? Good. I asked today to be first because I would like talk not about funding, which is less actual to what I do now, but to refer to yesterday's session that was more about the communities, the governance for communities right now. And I will focus today on, in my presentation, on three things, basically trying to expose you to a little bit of Ukraine's present at the very moment. And my sphere is education. I'm not from culture, but perhaps you might find some links to culture. The second, I would like to talk about a bit more about the Ukrainian communities and which situation they are right now in. And what can we do for them? And third, I just would like to share a bit my experience with you about developing organizations in the situation of war. And we talked yesterday a lot about the NGOs and the volunteers community. And this is where I found myself when the war started. Before that, just a few words about myself. I served for 7 years in the Ministry of Education and Science with a couple of ministers' teams. I was very honored to be engaged in the new Ukrainian school reform, the biggest school reform during the independence times of Ukraine. I was minister. After my resignation, I spent some time in the US doing a fellowship, trying to research different high school models of the US. I wanted to do my own private school. When the big war started, my colleague, Mark Bobrovsky, who's supposed to be a principal of this school, I spoke with him last time on 21st of February when he refused to leave Borodyanka, and he got killed by a Russian bomb in that
unfamous house that is on all pictures. So my dreams about the reforms and about my own school, they basically faded with the war. And Save Ed, the foundation that I've co-founded 2 years ago, became my main sense of purpose today. Do you see it well if I stand here? Yeah, because I have to click. So where we are right now in education sector, and I think a lot of you who are from cultural field will find a lot of similarities. And you, Malgorzata, just rightly said just now that Russia is trying to erase our identity, our Ukrainian identity by very intentionally, very cynically, and very systemically killing culture, killing education, and every vestige of human capital that might be there in Ukraine right now. By today, as we are speaking today, Russia has destroyed or seriously damaged every 7th school in Ukraine, out of 14,000 that we had before the war. Some of them are completely ruined by bombing. Some of them are very seriously damaged. And if you think these are schools just in the east of the country or in the south where the front line lies, this is not so. Sorry, I'll just do it like this. It will be easier. This is Zhytomyr. Zhytomyr is pretty central North Ukraine. It wasn't on the front line. It's a very center of the city. It's the best scientific lyceum they had, got hit by a missile. Apostolovo, it's my saddest case. It's a big community in Dnipro region. Right now, they have 3,600 kids. Russians hit this town with one missile strike at 4 a.m. in July 22, and they destroyed with one strike all the schools that were there intentionally. Mykolaiv, the south, Mikhailo Kotyubinsky, this is Chernihiv. It was an occupation, but still got hit by a missile. So these attacks happen all over the country. Just around last months, Russians hit 3 schools in Lviv. Lviv is very west. Lviv is very close to Poland. And of course, I'm talking now about more the buildings to give you a scale. However, behind these buildings, there are very, very living stories of kids who have no access to education, not for 2 years that the war lasts, but just add to that 2 other years that we had COVID. So just imagine this September, it will be the 5th year when millions, and when I say millions, these are almost 2 million of Ukrainian school children out of 4. So 50% will not go to school. 5 years. So basically we have a generation of primary school kids who have never been to school. And that happens for various reasons. Either they do not have school at all, like in Apostolovo. It's very far from the front line, by the way. Or they don't have a bomb shelter, or they are not far from the front line, or they are not far from the border, or there are like daily air raid alerts, right, like we had one right now. So just for the last 2 hours, the entire schools in Ukraine have been closed, even those that are very remote from the front lines. What about the quality? We had PISA results this year. Well, all of your countries had. We participated. We've been the only country who had the full-scale invasion and PISA. So we could compare ourselves to 4 years ago and what we see within this 4 years. And this PISA cycle for us included only 9 months of war. So we can mostly refer to the results, we can mostly kind of reason them with COVID and just 9 months of war. We see a tremendous decrease in competences, abilities, and knowledge of Ukrainian high schoolers. These are 15-year-olds who are measured, and increasingly so, it was a surprise to us, in reading. So Ukrainian high schoolers read 1.5 years worse than they used to 4 years ago. 1 year worse in math and 1 year worse in sciences. And reading was the most surprising to us. And it's critical because reading is just not the reading a book. It's not about ability to read. It's about the ability, for instance, to discern facts from Russian propaganda. It's about media literacy, so on and so forth. And we are losing that. So with every month of absent education that is very intentionally done by Russia, we are losing human capital increasingly. And I'm pretty sure that Russians are doing that very intentionally, as I said, and I just want us to take that with us. These are our photos from Chernihiv. Chernihiv is the north of Ukraine, for those for now Ukrainians who don't know, it's a big northern city. It's 250,000 inhabitants. It was encircled for months and a half, bombed every day. Russians didn't manage to take it over. If they did, they would probably be somewhere next to my home in Kyiv. These are schools in Chernihiv. Russians bombed them daily during the months. This is when Safe Ed started, when we first, as a very small team, came to Chernihiv. It was our first city because it was first freed by the Ukrainian army, and this is what we saw. Out of 34 schools in Chernihiv, Russians hit 27. 27, that cannot happen by accident. So this is when we understand that, okay, this is happening en masse, and we have to do something, right? And Boris just said in his presentation that your what starts with why, and like we discovered why. Because there is a huge damage to education access. There are hundreds of thousands of kids who are left without nothing on liberated areas. And so that's how we started Safe Ed. Safe Ed is a foundation that is only less than 2 years old. And our core mission is to help the war-damaged communities to restore access to education. This is what part of our work I will share with you today. So what do? We focus on infrastructure, but also on soft measures. We do temporary schools on the liberated areas where recovery is possible. But of course, we don't have millions of dollars in order to do that. We do bomb shelters. For those who don't know, any single school, kindergarten, vocational, university cannot reopen without a bomb shelter, and usually these are very dodgy basements, which have nothing to do with shelters. Along that, we do a lot of soft programs like catch-up learning, like focusing on the youth, and also supporting the ongoing educational reform. I'll just briefly touch on examples of our work, and then we'll tell about the core one. I mentioned temporary schools. This is Bogdanivka. It's just 20 kilometers out of Kyiv. Marosia was there, did a great piece on this village. It was the last occupied one towards Kyiv. So Russians were trying to capture Kyiv from the north. So they lived in this school, and they burned it down when the Ukrainian forces liberated it. This kindergarten is maybe 200 meters away. Russians kept their ammunition here, and when they were retrieving, they exploded it. They didn't take the ammunition back with them because their trucks were full of stolen goods from people's houses. And this is not a joke. Next to that school, you would see a pile of washing machines that they didn't manage to carry with them. It's a case of a village that has 500 kids, pretty big, that left without nothing after the liberation. When we came there, we asked the community, like, how can we help? They said, well, rebuild us a school. It costs roughly, I don't know, 6 to 7 million euros, which is, of course, very heavy lifting. But there was like a community center like that survived. We spoke yesterday a little bit about the cultural centers in Ukraine, and some of the countries in your countries have them as well. It was done by the facade was done by the community, but inside it was like that. There was me walking around there in July 22, and we converted it entirely into a small school. Basically, attracted funds to do the rehabilitation, to procure everything that's needed, but also engage tutors who would work with kids. And now this is the only premise that works as a primary school for 180 kids. There are many examples like that around our 5 core regions where we work right now. We work in bordering with Russia areas and the frontline areas. Well, Chernihiv is also technically a frontline, but the military activities are less heavy there right now. Within this less than 2 years, we managed to return by different activities around 70,000 of Ukrainian kids to any sort of educational activity by doing temporary schools, by doing bomb shelters. In Mykolaiv, we provided 16 schools with the support of Denmark with water. And this is also about a school recovery. If a school does not have water and the Russians destroy the water purification systems in Mykolaiv, the school cannot reopen. So they're like, by saying that, I want to also stress that there are very different instruments by which you can renew access to education. Sometimes it's water, sometimes it's building a temporary school or a modular school. Somewhere it's a bomb shelter. But one the solution that we've developed at SafeEd that I want to share with you today are the so-called educational hives. We have now 64 like that, and their symbol is also a bee. I'll tell them about them in a minute, but a few more words about us. So within this less than 2 years, we've developed pretty big network of partners. Around the last year in 2023, we raised roughly $6.5 million for our operations. In total, within this last 2 years, almost 10. We work as a foundation, so we have grants from European Commission, UNICEF, so on. However, we don't want to be just a grant-dependent organization, so we fundraise a lot with businesses, with media, with different TV presenters who are our ambassadors, just to be really a charity, but not just an NGO. EduHives has been our solution that we try to scale in different regions regarding their situation. And just one thing I want to also for you to understand, and I think that's also fair for culture. All the regions in Ukraine in the war are very different. Our common reason for our tragedy is Russia, but the solutions that you can do in different regions are very, very different. Because in Kharkiv region, when we are talking about education, culture, anything, it's kindly possible in a safe manner only underground. If we are talking about, for instance, liberated Mykolaiv or Kyiv regions, you can do a lot of things above the ground there. And thus, all these different situations require us to think based on the needs of the communities in terms of the solutions. And this is what we try to do with our EduHives. So the Hive is basically like a extracurricular learning center, which we arrange in anything that is given to us by a municipality. Either it's a bomb shelter, or it's a school, or sometimes these are hospitals, community centers, whatever is communal. Sometimes, for instance, in Hostomel, some of you might know Hostomel, it's not very far from Bucha. This is where the airfield was bombed and tried to be seized by Russian як будуть десант? By Russian paratroopers. Thank you. We did a hive there. The community rented a restaurant because that was the only surviving premise, and we converted a restaurant hotel complex in a hive. So basically, we arranged it infrastructurally, and then we equip it with everything that's needed. And what's most important was we engage tutors, local educators whom we select, whom we onboard, whom we provide with programs and equip it with access to different online platforms and curriculum. I'll just show you a couple of examples. This is Horodnya, it's Chernihiv region. These guys have a bad luck of bordering both Russia and Belarus. So pretty bad. Their only choice, their geography will always be with them. Unfortunately, they are in 20-kilometer zone. They can only do underground studies. And so we basically converted that terrible basement in the learning center. These guys, Rybki, they have also been in occupation. This is the biggest hub school of Chernihiv region. Hub school is a school to which different kids are bused from very, very small rural areas. Basically the same situation. We've converted a huge basement in that school into a center. Right now, this is basically the only thing where kids can study offline. And by the way, one thing I didn't mention, those of you who have kids and lived through COVID and know what online education is, or you can imagine, know how terrible that is. And education is not about just academic knowledge. What we learned with COVID and the war, that people need people, right? Especially small people need people. And kids who are in primary school age, they do require soft skill. They do require exposure to other people offline. And that cannot be substituted by online learning. So our hives work mostly for primary school kids. This example I'm mostly proud of because this is our hive in a separate building. Tupuchi was under occupation as well. Russian burned a school. Well, it's like a template. Occupation, burn school, occupation, burn school. It's a very, very small rural area in Chernihiv. They have very small number of very vulnerable kids. And if you don't help them anyhow, their burn school will stay with them for ages. And why I'm happy about it is because we have the hive in a separate standing hut that we converted into a hive, and kids study there. Kharkiv is the most heartbreaking region at the moment, because you know what the Ukrainians know. For our foreign friends, just to tell that it takes roughly 30 seconds for a missile to reach Kharkiv region. Anti-missile cannot take it down. Higher rate alarm goes on when the missile is already there. So Kharkiv is underground education only, probably for years ahead, even if war is over. It's Pechenigi. We converted it also, that basement, big basement, into a hive. And just also to iterate, we not only do the kind of infrastructure, but also equip it with everything, including tutors. And this is, one of the problems, what we noticed. Teachers in Kharkiv, for instance, they are only allowed to work online. So they know, like, okay, we work online, we will not go to school, some say. So we basically have to build a parallel structure, engage tutors whom we pay. We have now a network of roughly 200 tutors whom we pay, whom we engage, whom we onboard, whom we increase qualification, and they work offline with kids. Izium, a lot of you know about Izium, and by the way, Miroslava also did a great VOA about Izium. Sorry, Marisa, don't sigh. It's just if you want to see the reality. Izium was where the mass shootings took place, where Ukrainian army discovered huge mass graves after it was liberated in the fall 23. Izium is also very close to the border, and in there you can. There are now 3,000 kids. 3,000 kids. You see that they're quite small. This is and basically, again, you can only do underground education there. So we also arrange. You can see like how many small kids are in places that survived the wildest horrors, and they are there. And if we do not do something for them, they will remain like that. And yeah, this is my try to do a culture touch. Serhiy Zhadan, he is a very famous Ukrainian poet, writer, singer, and in our Edu Hive in Izium, they did a concert, and in other hives they do it as well. So basically, they travel because he is from Kharkiv, so they travel around the region and do concerts in this arranged premises. Sometimes one thing important, what I learned in my work was the hives is that. Even small steps like that, and one hive costs roughly, well, depending on the size, but it's like $50,000, and gives access to huge number of kids, even if it's for a couple of hours, but still it's much better than nothing. But what I learned is that these small steps give a way towards bigger support. Once you've done something, it's much easier to fundraise. This is Chervona Dolina. It's Mykolaiv region. It's it's a small community. They have right now 180 kids, but they have them, right? They are there or they returned. And what's most important, I think, what we forget in these stories is that these people have been holding frontline. This was Mykolaiv frontline. If they would fall, Russians would go to Yuzhno-Ukrainsk, for instance, where there is another nuclear plant. Russians bombed the school with Iskander. There were no Ukrainian troops, by the way. And just next to this school, there is another community center, another Soviet cultural center. When we came there, it was like that. So we said, like, okay, in one part of it, we'll do a hive. So we did like inside it was, well, it's pretty old. By the way, we discovered that Soviet cultural centers have no heating and no toilets. That tells a lot about dignity. We converted a part of that in a hive. But what happened afterwards, partners just became interested, and we fundraised with Lenovo, with the German McKinsey, with Ukrainian bakeries, around €100,000 actually, to convert the entire building into school. And I'm traveling there on the 1st of June on the International Children's Day to like officially open it. Interestingly enough, we call them DLCs, the Digital Learning Centers, which we renamed into hives. They turned out to be a state policy. This is a screen from the Ministry of Education and Science website. They basically took it as a policy measure to renew access to education. And interestingly enough, a lot of partners started funding it. Like even our 64 centers are funded by UNICEF, by the European Commission, by the German organization called AVO, by American organization called Nova Ukraine. In UNICEF, we have 27 centers that are completely covered by UNICEF. So like different partners believe in that policy measure, and it turns into a kind of state-supported solution. And you can see those dots. These are the regions where they are open. Well, Luhansk, it's in Ukrainian, it says "Працюємо над відкриттям", so we are working on reopening. Well, first our army has to work on liberation. So it's just an example how just one solution with a quick recovery of access turned into a state policy that is supported by the ministry, and also it is our EduHives are now as a solution in the World Bank Rapid Needs Assessment report as also something that is worth of scaling. And a few takeaways, I'll share with you just one example of our work, and just to reiterate, we try to combine infrastructural support with soft measures. Like to those who think that you can come to Ukraine, to the war-damaged communities that suffered occupation and help them with trainings, good luck. When everything around is destroyed, people need hope. And when they see something practical happening, then it gives a way to kind of trainings, different soft measures. And one thing I also didn't mention, however, it's actually here in the takeaways, and let me start with that. That was the point number 3. What we see with the hives and also the schools that we rebuild and recover is that they're starting to perform a multifunctional role. In many instances, after kids are gone during the end of the day, for instance, women come and they start doing their women clubs. They do nets for their husbands on the front line, or they do like some local community gatherings. Local authorities use our hubs for community building activities. So it really starts to play a role of not only a school, not an educational place, but also of a community center. And I think many of the cultural activities could also take place there. But coming back to the beginning of this list, yes, I know. Yeah, I'm finishing. The recovery of anything has to be time relevant and has to be very community specific. There is no one size fits all that you can help with either education or culture. Quick measures are very much needed, and they have to, of course, go beyond humanitarian help, but also there has to be something before this big recovery that maybe will come someday. And the last thing I want to tell you is that we talk a lot about the future. It's very important to ideate about the future, but my call would be, while we think about that, let's just not lose day by day the present. Because I see that this is exactly what's happening when we have a big conferences in London, in Berlin, in Lugano, talking about beautiful rebuilt future in Ukraine, which maybe not actually will come. We don't know. It very much depends on the weapons. But at this very moment, 4 million, for instance, of Ukrainian school children live there. And this is Червона Долина from our recovered cultural house, and they see every day pictures like that. Every second house there is like that, right? And it's their normality. And I'm not sure when the beautiful future will come to them, but at least I want to make sure, and I would kind of urge all of us think about how we can make at least somehow normal present for them. Thank you, and sorry for taking a bit long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. You asked me to make the link between education and culture. I think you made the link very well.
I did the picture.
And actually, culture starts at school education. You create appetite for culture. Use young citizens at school, so it's very crucial that this link is being made. But I would like to. We are now running really short of time, so I'd like to open the floor for questions. We'll take 3-4 questions maximum, so that we can move on. So if you can make the questions rapid, and this would be very helpful. Anybody? Questions? Yeah.
Thanks, Anna, for your inspiring talk, but my question is very practical, and please don't take me wrong, but how do we prove, maybe in the future court, that schools were the targets?
That's a very good question. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how you prove that. However, there is an order from Ukrainian military, and as far as I know, it's been pretty open not to use the schools, and I think it came around April 22, not to use the schools as bases for Ukrainian troops. But the attacks on schools continued, right? So maybe that. But I think I'm not sure that's the question to me. I mean, to me, it's obvious that there are no Ukrainian troops in Lviv or in Zhytomyr or in Romny that was hit by a drone recently, or in Chernihiv that was hit recently. There are no naval troops, right? There's no infantry. So I think so. I think every troop has a document where it is stationed, right? And Russians still target it. So. But also, I think that, it's been 2 years and it will be soon, 3, I guess, when the entire nation is obstructed from learning because of that, So it's not only about destroying a physical infrastructure. It's about destroying access to service. And it's up to lawyers to, prove that case. But I think it's pretty obvious. Yeah. If you have ideas, let me know.
Thank you, Anna. This was really impressive. I wanted to dig a little bit deeper to something that you mentioned a little bit in passing, because we were running out of time in the very end, when you mentioned also how the hives are repurposed and used for other purposes as well, and perhaps give a little bit more granularity to that. And a related question is to also to highlight the importance of what you're doing. Obviously, we think about education, and we know how education is important, especially for the lives of the students. But also, can you add a little bit more color to what it does to the social fabric in the community?
Thank you so much. I actually like your approach of digging into detail. I noticed that yesterday. Thank you. First of all, important thing that it gives a possibility to interact offline in a safe manner, depending on what's possible on a certain locality, and that is important as for the kids as for the adults. With regard to the activities, so they have a structured schedule that is run by our local tutors. So in the first, if they have a first half of the day online classes, they can come there to do online there. Because, by the way, if Russians occupy a certain territory and then, for instance, Ukrainian army liberates it, everything is stolen. Gadgets, phones, or they are destroyed. So there is even online learning is not really happening. So they have access to that. But also in the afternoon, they have different extracurricular activities depending what are strong sides of a certain community. Either they had a dancing, club, or they had a singing club, or they have a STEM club. So we try to, make those hives very focused on what's the local strengths, right? If they had a very enthusiastic STEM teachers or STEM educators, we equip it as a more focused STEM lab. But then basically this space works as a space for psychological support. There are different organizations in Ukraine. I mean, I think every second organization deals with MHPSS things. They come there and they do their activities, or anti-mine safety trainings. Basically, these places serve as a community place for anyone who wants to work with that community on certain capacity building, but also locals. It's there. Everything we do, we give on the balance of the community, so it's not owned by us in the end. And they do there whatever they want with regard to the activities that are needed for the community, from the community gathering to, I don't know, parents meetings, so on and so forth. Yeah. And this is a very important point. For places like that I showed, and there are hundreds of them, it's very crucial to have a safe, nice place amidst the ruins. It's really something that I learned. People need to see the slight change. Thank you. Okay. Miroslava.
Anna, as you mentioned, I have been to a couple of the schools. I saw destruction, and I saw your work and how this communities that you're building becoming are not just a school, but the local community gathering, and basically sometimes the only place that kids and adults can come to socialize. My question is about what do you think the Western community should understand about importance of this kind of work in today's Ukraine, not tomorrow Ukraine, but today's Ukraine?
There's answering your question. We have to think about today's Ukraine. We are too much, I think we overthought the term recovery, and we somehow stick to recovery sometime in the future. But Ukraine lives today also, and the recovery has to happen as the war is ongoing. So beyond the humanitarian support and before the big reconstruction, beautiful forward, build back better, new Bauhaus things, there has to be recovery now. And I think international partners have to take into account, have to ideate together with every single community that is in very different circumstances, ways and solutions, how we can support the recovery of services. And I always stress that it's not about recovery of buildings. We have to think about how we can recover the service, either it's culture. Well, I know it's more like, I would love to use the word welfare and not a service, but if we look from the perspective of service, education, culture, medicine, like what can we do right now? And I just showed you an example what we do, and that it, scaled. And I think we have to look for this interim, temporary solutions that are scalable around different regions. And one thing, we have to focus on those who are most vulnerable. And if we're talking about education, most vulnerable are 2 million kids in the East and South who are there, who didn't leave, 2 million of Ukrainian school children. And for more than 2 years, they just sit at home. So I think we just have to think through at least those two lenses. Thank you.
So now I'm calling Julia for her intervention.
Yeah, hi. I will make a really short presentation, not to take much time of yours, and it will be like introduction for the next group discussions on state funding. So I will wait for the presentation and then I will start. Okay. So today I will talk about the system of state funding in Ukraine in the humanitarian field. Actually, during the last 7 years, in Ukraine were established 6 new institutions. It's like state funds under the different ministries, which are responsible for the grant support for the non-state actors. So it's Ukrainian Culture Fund, which is under the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy and is responsible for supporting of culture and creative industries. The Ukrainian Startup Fund, which is under the Ministry of Finance of Ukraine and is aimed to give seed grants for the startups in different sectors. Ukrainian National Research Fund under the Ministry of Science and Education, which gives grants for the young scientists. President's Fund for Education, Science and Sport under the Office of President, which supports the young talents. Ukrainian Youth Fund under the Ministry of Youth and Sport, which supports projects done by youth or projects for youth, and Ukrainian Veteran Fund under the Ministry of Veterans, which supports veteran organization and projects done for veterans. Actually, the Ukrainian Culture Fund was the first one which was established in this ecosystem, and I was the first director of this fund from 2018 till 2021. And only Ukrainian Culture Fund has special law on it. Other funds, they have the Cabinet of Ministers directive or the ministerial regulations on establishment of these foundations. So I just want in the next 3 slides to show you the main takeaways which I had after working 3 years in the fund institution, and actually what was done right and what was done wrong, as for me, from my perspective, and maybe we can discuss it more in details during our next group work. This one, yes? Okay. So the pros and cons of the state funding. So the main reason why the Ukraine decided to establish the independent state institutions like the funds, it was to develop a transparent systems of state support for non-state actors in different sectors. So before 2014, actually all help which was going from the state was distributed by the ministries themselves. And the main actually receivers of the state support were only state institution or the regional or local level, regional or local institutions. So non-state actors, they were depending on international support only. That's why since 2014 and actually in 2017, the Ukrainian state established the independent institutions where non-state actors can apply for state money. The second reason why it has been decided to have independent institutions, it was to establish fair play rules in a state money distribution. So it was only open calls, which are fair rules, like on the web page of the funds, you can find the instructions, you know the regulations, you know who apply also for the state money grants, and also you know all the winners, and you have the archives of the projects. So it's like the transparency of state funds distributions. Before, it was not easy to find any information on the web pages of the ministries. What are the open calls? Who can apply, who has applied, why these people win and not other. So actually it was the main aim to open the logic of state fund distribution for non-state actors. Also, it was connected with digitalization of granting schemes, because almost all of these funds, they have their own CRM system, so everything is done digital, online. You can apply. You go through the expert committees, and then you receive or do not receive a grant. Before, everything was done in paper. So you need to send a letter to the ministry and wait for the answers. Also, you can get the answer only by phone or personally at the ministry. Also, the last but not least, it was the aim to institutionalize the expert committees and strengthen the sectoral expert communities. Before, actually, the evaluation of projects were done by the employees of the ministries. And actually, the main aim of the funds, foundations, were to settle the expert committees with the people from the sector who are independent and who evaluate your project. Also, most of the funds, for example, by Ukrainian Culture Fund, it was prescribed by law that we need to put all names of the experts on the web page, so you know who will actually evaluate your project, which expertise they have, which background they have. But there were also some cons in this innovation. First of all, the new institutions were established within all bureaucracies. So actually, the ministries themselves were not reformed properly. And also, the budget law was not reformed properly. That's why the new institutions who have the new regulations or new laws, they cannot they could not function properly because of these legal restrictions. The first restrictions was connected with actually the decentralization of ministerial functions, because it was partial. For example, there were some open calls done by the ministries, and there were some open calls done by the state funds. So it was a question why the ministries still are doing also open calls and distribute money when they have independent institutions to do this. Secondly, the independence of institutions was also questionable, because supervisory boards, mostly by some funds, it was the representatives of civil society who were the members of the supervisory boards. But in most state funds, the representatives of the ministry or the people assigned by the ministry or by the parliament or by the office of president were the members of the supervisory board. And they had also influence on the strategy, etc. So the independence was also questionable. And the last but not least, also no same vocabulary and regulations of grant management and state budget distribution schemes. For example, we had a law on Ukrainian Cultural Fund. At the same time, we have decrees on establishing different foundations. So in these documents was written a word grant, a state grant. But when we go to the budget law and tax law, we don't have this terminology there. So it was a confusion by state treasury, actually what is a state grant. That's why we also needed to go through all changes to the legislation to establish a terminology, what is a state grant and what is the difference between a state grant and just direct state support, and why grants should not be so the people who receive grants should not pay taxes also, because actually grant is a contribution which state makes into the project, and this project is not commercial. Also, there were a lot of questions who can be the receivers, because not only NGOs but also small and medium enterprises and private entrepreneurs could also receive grants from the state. So we also needed to regulate these already after establishment of the fund. So it was also illogical, actually, because it should be have done in advance everything. Also, the question of the supervisory boards and the problem of integrity and the Institute of Reputation. Actually, also it was a question in Ukraine to establish the Institute of Corporate Governance, and what is the difference between the supervisory board function and the independent director's function. Because before, the ministry was the one who was appointed, who has appointed actually the directors of the state institution. So according to this new legislation, the directors of the state funds, they were elected by the open calls and by the supervisory board. So it was also like a way for meritocracy for the people outside the state system to go to these new established state institutions. But at the same time, the rules, what is like responsibility of the supervisory board and what is the responsibility of its director, it was not clearly stated. That's why some operational functions were taken by the supervisory boards. So it was not only supervision and vision and mission and strategy setting, but they also intervene into the operational activities of the funds. So it was also not good prescribed in advance. So now also there are a lot of questions, who could be elected to be the members of the supervisory board? Do we have in Ukraine the Institute of Reputation? You know, do we have people who already are not active in the project development, so they do not have conflict of interest and they can be the member of the supervisory boards? So all these questions are still open. And I think in Ukraine, we need to go further in this corporate governance culture, and also maybe to train or to make some awareness campaigns what is actually supervisory board. And the last question which I want to raise is the role of the funds into the development of civil society and the question of integrity. But it was not only the question of integrity for the civil servants, but also the integrity for the civil society activists. Because when we talk about the fair play, when we talk about the integrity, we always have a light on the civil servant. And they need to be transparent, you know, but at the same time, there were a lot of questions for the civil society, if they are ready actually for this transparency, for this openness. And also in Ukraine, the legislation does not oblige public institutions to develop a codes of ethics, practical tools for their implementation. So the existing ethical norms within the senior officials were questionable, actually. For example, the integrity of the employees of the ministry and the integrity of the employees of the state funds. So it's also a lot of misunderstanding if they are really example of this integrity. But actually now I'm the part of the working group by the National Agency on Corruption Prevention, and we are developing a code of ethics, an integrity policy document, and an explanatory manual on integrity for civil servants, because we understand it's a big question in Ukraine about ethics, about integrity, and I hope we will have this document till the end of this year, and it will help us also to make the reform as it was planned really transparent, and really we will not go back to where we started, where there were questions for state money distributions. So yeah, so it's the main takeaways which I wanted to tell you. So if you have questions, I would be happy to answer. If not, we can go to the group discussions. Yes.
Any questions? Well, it's what? Yeah.
You mentioned all these institutions were created right after the Revolution of Dignity. How many of them are still functioning in the way that were designed?
Actually, most of them, like minimum the last three, they were established during the last 2-3 years. So actually they all are pretty new, and they are all still functioning pretty well, as to say. I can say only about the Ukraine Culture Fund, which is the oldest one within this ecosystem. And yeah, we had a lot of problems with what I mentioned already, with the supervisory boards and the director functioning, because after the end of my contract, the new supervisory boards decided to do all activities what directors supposed to do. So they were like intervening in the operations of the funds. So there are some questions. But in general, I think all 6 funds are functioning now pretty good, because the non-governmental institution can get state support even during the active war. Yeah, and yeah, so I think it's a good sign.
Budget, do you have less money?
Less, yeah.
What about the budget? Because my understanding that a lot of budget money are going to military expenses. So is the budget for the funds increased or not?
No, like the state support has decreased, but in all statutes of these funds is prescribed that they can get money not only from the state budget, but also from other sources like grants or support from the businesses. So a lot of these funds now are functioning, like 50% money are coming from the international donors. But the international donors just believe in the system which was created, which is transparent and with the fair rules of play. Any other questions? Yeah, Anya.
Thank you for your presentation. I haven't constructed very clearly my question. However, I'll try. In your view, how strong were political implications that have been laid down in the basically institutional nature of these institutions, if I may say so, in practices, in rules, and how and what a role did they play in their work? For instance, institute. An example: the board of the Institute of the Cultural Fund is a non-paid position, right? And it was done so because the first lady of the former president was the head of that foundation, and she didn't need money. But the current newly appointed head, which has a huge expectations from a society, she's on unpaid position with no team, but she's also not a first lady. So when you worked, like, how big were those political implications, and how can we eliminate them de facto and legally in order to make these institutions work?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Actually, it was not only for Culture Fund, but for all these institutions, it was decided that supervisory boards in the humanitarian field will not get paid from the state budget. I think too that it was not the right decision, because we don't know why the people wants to become the members of the supervisory boards, and most of them, they just want to have a power in this field, and they still have the conflict of interest because of this institute of reputation, and also the question where they should earn money. But it's also connected with the functions of the supervisory boards, because when the supervisory boards is only responsible for the strategy development and monitoring and actual evaluation of the work of the board, then actually it's not so many hours per year to invest in. And that's why if you have your job, it will not take much time from you to be part of the supervisory board of the state institution if it will function properly. If not, yes, then it's a question why people spend for free 10 hours per week to intervene into the operational activities of the fund, and just like doing the job of the director and the board of the fund. Yes, so it's always the philosophy of the supervisory boards which need to be discussed within humanitarian field in Ukraine, because when we talk about the financial institutions or the institutions which work in the energy sector and other sector which are more economy driven, then the people get paid and well paid. Yes, but it's really almost everyday job for them. In the humanitarian field, we have like other situation, but I think it was not properly discussed. And I agree with you, most of these decisions were made because it was political will, as in Ukraine is a case. But when we talk about Ukrainian Cultural Fund, it was more down-up approach, because during the Revolution of Dignity, the civil society actors developed the document Strategy of Culture 2025, where they actually put the demand to the government to establish the independent institution like Ukrainian Cultural Fund, Ukrainian Institute. And actually when the new ministers comes to the Minister of Culture and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, they just follow this strategy which was developed by the civil society, and they established these two institutions. So it was like not just the will of the political people or the state servant, but it was really done down up from the civil society. And I think it's a good practice for and the others actually were created because Ukrainian Cultural Fund was a good example. I was like expert by the Ministry of Veterans, by the Ministry of Youth and Sport, by the Ministry of Education, and I helped these ministers to establish the new funds and to create this ecosystem. So actually it was also like a domino principle for this independent money distribution scheme.
Just a follow-up question on this. What was the rationale for not having remuneration for the supervisory boards? Was it purely budgetary reasons, or was it more at hand? Because clearly there are high risks of conflicts of interest if you don't get any remuneration for this work.
I think there were like two main reasons. The first one, budgetary reason, yes, because you need to pay a lot, and it's always why you need to pay a lot from the state budget. And the second reason, it's more like, I think, the mentality of civil servant who preserve or who take the humanitarian field as such voluntary or honored work. You know, it's an honor to be a part of the supervisory board of the culture fund or research fund, etc. So it's always we're coming back to the main philosophy, what we think about the social sphere, the cultural sphere, and educational sphere in the society, that they're really important, and they are also economy driven, actually, yes. That's why the people who work in this field, they need to be paid very well. And also, even about the salary of the directors. When you see the salary of directors of the funds, which are under the Ministry of Economy, under the Ministry of Finance, even the startup fund, they have like twice bigger salaries than the directors of the funds in this humanitarian field. You know, it's always a question of perception. Yes, and I think you can find money if you have a will to find it.
Thank you, Lea. I have a question also. First, I'd like to say that it's a big step forward for a government, an authority to actually try to set up autonomous funds and appointing a director that is appointed not politically but actually through a call for tender. I think this is a huge step. So you highlighted especially these difficulties dealing as a director with the supervisory board, especially at operational level, and interference, political interference or individual interference on the work of the director. Could you also describe maybe the relationship with the ministry and how easy it was or difficult, and maybe whether you were actually, as a director of the cultural fund, for instance, you were given objectives by the ministry in terms of the ministry wanted using the fund to achieve a certain number of goals. What can you describe maybe this relationship?
Yeah, I think that the relationships were not so easy because it was not settled the question of the functions between the ministry and between the new foundation at the very beginning. As I have shown in my presentation, that the decentralization, which was planned as a step to establish the independent agencies under the ministry, it meant that the ministry will lose its function on money distribution or on operations, and the ministry will do only the strategies and the policies. But the ministry also had this function of money distribution, so I felt that it's like competitions, who is doing better its job in money distribution, the ministry or the newly established fund. And it's not only in the culture, but in all fields. When I talk with colleagues, I hear the same arguments which they have with the ministries, so they do not know what to do exactly and who prescribe the objectives. When we talk about objectives, we don't have a proper strategies at the ministries. So when, for example, the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy or the Ministry of Culture at that time had a strategy of cultural policy where we prescribe what for they need a fund and which objectives will be done by each institution under the ministry, then the fund has its strategy, which is based on the strategy of the ministry, then there will be no conflicts. But in our case, we had a strategy because from my perspective, when you start an institution, you need to start by needs assessment, talking to people. So we had during the year the strategy sessions with each sector, and we developed the strategy for the 3 years, setting up the priorities, etc. And then we go to the ministry and say, these are the priorities which are coming from the people, so we will do this, and they agreed on that, yes, because they didn't have the own objectives. But then in the culture sphere, we had each 2 years a new minister, so it always was tricky because you don't have the institution as it is, you have the people coming to the institution and deciding what to do. It was always a matter of conflict because there were not proper rules set up in the very beginning. And I think it's not only the question in culture, the question also with the veteran politics, with the youth policy, etc. But for example, like the Ukrainian Youth Fund, when we were developing a strategy and all documents for this fund, the Ministry of Youth and Sport has a strategy for youth policy. And they have also the strategy for each direction. And it was so easy because when you understand the national strategy, it's really easy for the institution to develop its own strategy because you understand what is needed, yes? And there are 3 priorities. For the 3 priorities, you have 3 programs and you go on with the open calls. So in the culture, we don't have this. Until now, we don't have the strategy. And I think it's really, really harsh for the institution in the ecosystem to work properly.
If I may, another question. In fact, so you in fact set up policies for the ministry to a certain extent, and you try to get endorsement from the ministry in order to implement those policies.
At that time, yes.
At the time. I wanted to ask you also, because we talked a lot yesterday about community engagement and stakeholder engagement. Did you feel that the fund was actually in a better position, or actually was better in actually engaging with the stakeholders, with the different interests, whether the industry or the artists or the than maybe the ministry, whether the fund was able to create more trusting relationship. Can you also describe the relationship with the stakeholders?
Yeah, actually, it's what I said, the new institution within old bureaucracies. The ministries used to be pretty closed for the public, and the people could not get the point what the ministries are doing. So our main aim as a new established institutions was to be as open as possible and be in the constant dialogue with the people. So that's why, yes, we had more access to the stakeholders, and actually, we were also fallen a victim of these openness and transparencies because we were saying that actually it's your money, it's taxpayers' money. So we distribute taxpayers' money, so we distribute your money. That's why you need to know what is going on inside the institution. So we can answer any questions 24 hours, etc. And some people, they took it really straight. And I got the messages at 2 a.m., you know, like, oh, can you tell me more about this program, etc. Or the people like were coming to the foundation for the consultation. And sometimes it was really funny to see how the mentality is changing by the Ukrainians, because some of them, they were telling, okay, you told us that it's our money, so we need to decide whom to give this money to. So we do not need experts, just give money like to this project because like it's our money, so we decide. So it's always this, you know, direct democracy, but it was a great actual experience to learn people what actually democracy is. You know, when you can participate, you need to know. And we are the state institutions, we are owned by you. And we are not like a part of some system which is like separate from the people. And it was like a good experience, a good school also for the stakeholders. And yes, at that time, ministries were not so open. They started to open themselves, but we were more like flexible because we were a new institution and they were old institutions. So.
And you felt, to finalize my question, you felt the stakeholders were actually well organized enough, or you were more questioned by individuals rather than by organization? Is there something to be done here?
Yes, yeah, it's still ongoing. We have in the culture field, we have a problem of institutions and networks and association. It's always you speak mostly with one-to-one and with the people. And actually it was also a phenomenon when the Ukrainian Culture Fund and Ukrainian Institute, as state institutions, were the leaders of the processes to organize the non-governmental sector to like fight for the rights. For example, during COVID time, when the state decided, as in all other states, to take money from the culture as always and to invest it in the health system, then actually we, the state actors, organized the NGOs because they saw leadership in us in order to get money back to the culture and creative industries. So sometimes, yes, we do not feel that the proper institution exists within the culture, but it's still also in the process. Now we have some attention, some wills within the society to create coalition for culture, yes, and within the cross-sectoral association to be one voice, because we don't have one voice within the culture. I don't know, as I know, in education it's better. They have more association and they are more organized, but in culture it's like 9 voices. Each sector, performative arts has their own voices, audiovisual sector their own, and so on. Yes, so it was really interesting how we managed to be a leadership in the state and non-state sector at the same time.
Thanks very much, Julia. Yes, thanks, Julia. Thanks very much, because it was a perfect introduction to the next step. I just wanted to say that we are completely off track of the agenda. I will explain why, because the room there was not free, so we decided to continue the discussion here. We are now going to do a coffee break. So you'll have a coffee break, and in 1 hour and a half you'll have a lunch break, just to warm your stomach. We'll have a coffee break now. And then when the room empty there, we'll move into the parallel sessions. Okay, so don't feel obliged to go to the same session that you were yesterday. You can mix. The only constraint we have is that we need to have Ukrainians and non-Ukrainians in kind of a balanced way. Okay, and I just would like to highlight also that Julia made a perfect introduction to our parallel session, which will be looking into funding, governance, transparency, accountability. How to improve those what we call the public interest institutions. So we'll have a maybe 1 hour. We'll get into 1 hour, 50 minutes on actually making proposals. So not looking at challenges, because we did this yesterday. So looking at proposals. Again, we will do reporting. So we'll have a rapporteur doing a bit of reporting, and then we'll go into the lunch. All clear?
Hi, good morning. I'm sorry to prolong the time for your coffee. My name is Igor Bararon. I'm producer of the Erste Foundation, and we're gonna conduce a couple of stand-up interviews with few selected participants. So the first persons during the coffee break that will take like 5 minutes with us will be Anna, and then who else we said in the first? Miroslava. So we'll start with Anna. We'll do it right here. So while you are having your coffee break, we will basically do our short interviews here, and the rest of you are free for coffee break. Hope, Anna, you will make it also to the coffee break. Thank you all. And the next coffee break we'll do with other two persons. I'll just tell you who the people are. It's Julia Fediv, Julia Chishiska, and then we have Svetlana and Tatiana. Okay, thank you very much. So, Philly.
to the room. Before we indulge in lunch, we would like to summarize our discussions. We will start with the group that stayed here. We were very concrete, and we would like to share with you some of our ideas for immediate implementation.
Yeah. All right. So as you can see, we collected a lot of input and ideas. I will try to structure it in 3 simple steps. The first one is on what can be done more or less immediately if we want to, or if there's political will for it. That would be changes or amendments to the tax legislation so that donations to civil society actors can be tax deducted. This includes individuals but also companies. Funding schemes should be more transparent in terms of what they ask for and whom the funding goes to, but also strengthen elements of collaboration in funding requirements. We spoke about the need for a database that would allow to see who is part of these civil society actors or public interest institutions, who's eligible for funding, who is not. There are digital tools that can help very much also on the transparency and quality assurance in a way that it is easy for people, whether from Ukraine or abroad, to identify actors that follow certain quality standards without creating a bureaucratic monster that is just slowing down the agility and effectiveness of actors in Ukraine to work. And then we also stressed the importance of the continued dialogue between all the stakeholders, where there's government, where there's public interest institutions, civil society actors, anybody involved in dialogue in all directions, to help to raise and increase the trust and collaboration amongst. And there's a last point that I'm not sure where we exactly place this on the map, that is the security of those acting in the system, because we call it weaponized transparency. This can also be used against you if information is made available, especially if it doesn't follow a general trend or a general rule. And, you know, being the first one to be more transparent can harm you deeply. All these elements that are quite actionable should lead to an increased reputation towards the outside of the actors involved. It should improve transparency, accountability, reporting towards impact instead of counting numbers or heads or any other figures, more accessibility to information about what is happening. It should also contribute to, as I said, the security of the people involved and their well-being, and the continued dialogue within the whole sector or across the sectors. And if these things happen, hopefully this will result in a stronger reputation of civil society actors and public interest institutions, more trust gained by them and trust invested in them, more and more diverse funding streams to them, an increased level of collaboration all across, a strengthened resilience of the actors to continue the work that they are doing now and probably have to do for a very long time. And hopefully this would lead to a beautiful field of sunflowers grow out of many, many actors and institutions that help to sustain Ukraine and lead Ukraine towards victory. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I feel very bad because I was like the double minority in the room to be asked to report back. If there are any additions from the group, please, especially from the Ukrainians who know this much better than I do.
Thank you very much. This was perfect. Thank you. So are there any other, is there any follow-up for this? This was a perfect summary of our discussions. And now I'll switch the boards for the second rapporteur from the other group. Okay, so it should be somewhere.
So you wanted to
yeah, I can. If the cameraman is okay for me to be here to remind me what we discussed. Our group came to some solutions that we think might be of help in this sphere. So first of all is how we called it institutional design. Is what Julia have mentioned during the presentations, that the rules needs to be settled in advance, the distinguish of powers between different bodies. It should be accomplished with trainings, proper knowledge of people who are appointed on different positions, with ownership and responsibilities. Then the question is, the second point is basically we like the idea of fair appointment of independent director, but in order to protect this person, basically a needed system of balances needs to be created. Maybe also, but simultaneous appointment of supervisory board with some part of independent members, part of politically appointed members, that could give some space for discussions, room for discussions, time for discussions, if there is really need to change the person appointed as a CEO or make any other structural decisions. So obviously there should be a strategy that is at some point can be bottom down from the ministry, but there should be an independence kept between the political policy decision makers and the executive bodies. It should be supported by so we also thought that it's interesting to have the idea of mix of funding and the contribution, so creating public-private partnerships. So this was a mix of funding that Julia mentioned from donors and for private money. It's a sign of public-private partnership where private sector or donors may also be a part of this system of controls and balances between various stakeholders. We discussed a little bit about possibility to make something like in San Sebastian when you have these hotels and others, but we have some troubles in Ukraine for long-term 30, and we need to also to teach people on the ground, maybe in communities as well, and decision maker about publicly and communally owned assets or funds or whatever, about this entrepreneurship skills that basically were discussed a lot during this today. So maybe some trainings, some initiatives, some special desks, maybe EU special desks that can share different ideas, interest, maybe also of help for local people, for communities to participate in all of this process and start to think differently about public institution, about public assets that may be a source of funding also for this public institution. We discussed also professionalization, trainings, that people need to be appointed on the right position with proper money background, as we discussed, not free of charge for the positions that really take some time and it needs investment of time from quite experienced people. Let's put it this way. So what else? Yeah, and basically the strategies that obviously is created should be supplemented by implementation capacity, by public service reform potentially, of creating of this independency, development civil servants presence in the way that will help public institutions to go forward and not to prevent some ideas to be developed and implemented. So this is, I think, main thing. So if I missed something, please help me. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, thank you so much. If someone from the team will contribute, I will be glad. Thanks.
No, this was perfect and fantastic, and congratulations for being able to read my handwriting. So, well, it's now time for the lunch break. So we are resuming at 2 o'clock. So please be back at 2 o'clock. And bon appétit. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So we enter our third lab of the overall policy labs, and the third session is going to be about building the good society and reflecting on the future, and related to obviously Ukraine challenge, but overall global challenges we are confronted with. And we thought, as a way of stimulating our the late workshop that we'll have in half an hour, might be interesting to have a kind of a panel discussion with Mirela and with Tetiana, and with the idea of them contributing their experience or what they've heard here, in terms of giving us some perspective or where things could go to stimulate the interactions that we will have a bit later. So it will be the same principle. We will then, after this panel discussion, we will have a breakout session of 1 hour, a reporting, and then we will go for. That's why we'll be trying to be respectful of the time. We'll then go to the visits that is provided in the program. At 4:30 we expect in the Belvedere Museum. Okay, so I'd like to start my first questions to Mirela is on maybe sharing your experience in managing the Salzburger Kunstverein, especially what makes it maybe specific in terms of managing an institutions who at core is the community, and maybe explain the model of the Kunstverein.
Yeah, thanks so much. I also want to just situate myself once again. So I am a curator, something that I would like to stress, which means that I really think also through and with the artworks that I will try to integrate into this talk. But first and foremost to the model of the Kunstverein, that is an association. Stowarzyszenie, I don't know what's the Ukrainian equivalent, but this is a legal model which is extremely popular in the context of Austria. And I was actually quite surprised and happy to hear that Erste also started out as a Verein, so it started out as an association. This is a very easy model to set, especially in Austria. You need three people. You don't have to even have a citizenship. You go to the office. You need a mission that you formulate in the form of statutes of your mission, of what do you want to achieve, and already 3 people can form such a legal body with which you can apply for different kinds of funding in Austria or also European Union. Yeah. And Salzburg Kunstverein is such a Verein that was formed by a group of people 180 years ago. It was a group of artists that decided to institutionalize themselves. And today we actually have, quite a rigid, rigid maybe is an interesting word. Through this 180 years, I think the institution gained credibility, yeah, as it survived and as it grew. So starting out as a group of people who decided just to make something together in order to show their art, it grew into a model of a public institution that had at its core 750 members. Anyone can become a member, and we also have different models of membership. So this is, I think, very important for me, as this is like in my role as a director of this institution, I also serve this community. So I support this community, but this community also supports me. It's a sort of mutual way of supporting one another. And of course, within time, as these models of Kunstvereine are also evolving, we are introducing different models of like mentors, supporting members, corporate members, as we also already mentioned in the last workshop. The donations to the Kunstverein are tax deductible, which is of course a very positive aspect to donors that decide to support us. Apart from that, we are supported by 3 public money pots. This is the Bund, so the state, the land, the county, and the city of Salzburg. And maybe one more interesting thing is that Kunstverein is so-called by statutes überparteilich, so it's non sort of political. It's not affiliated with any political agenda by its by the statutes, by the legal document. How it is run is that there is a board of 9 people which come from the civic society. So they're not politicians. There are people who, there's an art teacher, there are a few artists, there's another museum director, there is a expert for protection, building protection. So these people are the people with whom I meet 4 times a year, with whom I discuss the ongoing matters and problems and strategy and outlooks of the Kunstverein. And yes, this is how it is run. So I overtook the institution. If I speak too long, please give me a sign. Yeah? I overtook the institution in July after working for 5 years at the Steirische Herbst Festival in Graz, which I will also maybe in the next point mention briefly, as we did a quite important project from my perspective that is dealing with the war. And since I overtook the institution, I work in a thematic manner. So my program 2024 is focusing.
Before we go on the program and the curating aspect, I just want to ask a question because it was raised before in the workshop. Is the relationship with okay, you're independent, you are appointed for a given time, I guess, and what are the relationship with the authorities, being the local authorities or the national authorities?
I am, of course, very dependent, but the authorities, the local authorities cannot really veto what I do artistically. Yeah? So my program is independent. I have some sort of autonomy within it, which does not mean if I would do something too provocative that they would not cut my funding. Yeah. Okay. So this is the relationship. And of course, Salzburg is a relatively small city. Yeah. Their relationships are intense, so we all know each other. We are in ongoing discussions also in relation to the city politics, how to evolve, the cultural landscape in the city, how to pay the artists fairly, etc., etc. I mean, there is a quite long list of challenges, which is rather on the side of politics. However, we as directors, and I mean now me, but also other directors of institutions in Salzburg, are also consulted or maybe asked about their opinion on these issues.
In the discussion we had before, you also mentioned the need to adapt the institutions to obviously some global challenges like climate change and so on. And you mentioned the climate fit institutions.
Klimafitte Kulturbetriebe, yeah, climate fit institutions. So this is a program through which right now all public institutions, art institutions in Austria are going through, and it requires certain adaptations, mostly on the building level, so that the building is sort of energy efficient, so that the building is, it's very difficult to, let's say, transform, especially such an old building, into a sustainable building that actually produces more energy than uses more energy. However, that is the aim of the program. So we are doing a number of investments which come down to installing a photogalvanic screen at the top of the building, changing the Lüftung, and sorry I don't have all the words in English now, but changing all the lights to LED, changing all the chemical things that we use to sustain.
Special funding, and you get monitored.
We are monitored on that. Yes, we have like an ongoing meetings with sustainability consultant, and we are now in the process of the last audit, where we sort of get a check if we manage to fulfill all the needs, all the requirements, and upon that we might get the sticker of being the sustainable institution. Yes, that's one of the challenges. There are many more.
Before we go to the curating aspect, I'd like to ask a questions to Tetiana. Tetiana, you're a researcher. Mainly, you're doing a lot of things, but mainly as a researcher. And there was, I think, in Clara's presentation yesterday, it was mentioned the idea of teaming up within scientists and artists. And I'd like to have your view on this aspect.
Thank you. That's really great question, because from my perspective as Ukrainian scholar, academia generally is underestimated resource. That's the community of people who were taught to teach, how to persuade, how to explain things. And also we were talking about the need of data, of research, of data collection and interpretation, about the need to write different analytical reports. That's what scholars already know how to do. They know how to, some of them of course know how to use quantitative, qualitative data, how to do these different kind of researches, so use them. And especially in Ukraine, many scholars suffer from being overlooked and underestimated. This sphere is extremely underpaid, and just give people possibility, create the environment for others to shine. They are able to shine. Yeah, but there is another side of all of this, because these communities, yes, they are able to shine. Yes, they are quite capable, but still they are quite rigid. And I remember when after Revolution of Dignity, it was the program of Ministry of Informal Policy back then. Now it's the part of Ministry of Culture. It was a special program to start publishing books, non-fiction books, explaining history, or difficult parts of history, to the broader public. And it was a huge discussion among historians. Well, what you are doing, non-fiction, that's not pure science. Come on, what are you doing? You're selling a kind of your soul to explain some basic things to people that are obliged to remember that from school education, from school textbooks. No, that's not pure science. And you're getting huge money for that. How dare basically you? But come on, no, that's not how science and that's not how academia should serve the society, who basically pays with its taxes for that. That's what you are kind of, we are obliged to do. Explain once more to new generations that are coming. Yes, basic things. It's like teaching new school kids to read again. Yeah, and if within a historical community it started to change, yeah, I see it, I'm a part of this change. But situations with chemistry, maths, applied sciences, it's not really changing. And maybe one of the effects of that is that it seems to me Anna Novosad mentioned that our school kids are not really interested in science. They're 1.5 years, I'm not sure I'm repeating the data correctly, but the knowledge in maths are not really meeting the challenges of today. And that's another angle of that. Ukraine is in extreme need of innovations because of the war. Innovations gonna change, they're already changing this war. The science communities are able to produce that.
And you feel that the science community would gain in engaging more with the art sector and with the cultural sector because of these different skills and competence, creativity on one side, innovation on the other side, could be a trigger of this innovation?
It could be, especially because because this image of Ukrainian science, of Ukrainian academia being such closed, rigid bubble, living in the or maybe I'll use this term metaphor too often, ivory tower. But there are generations within these communities who want to impact, who want to influence, but they need new language, and art might be this new language. And especially the connection, the link between history, public history, memory studies, with art. That's obvious connection. That's kind of not. That's obvious. There is no need to go deeper. Just use it.
Okay, Mirella, I come back to you on your curating because you're a curator. And how do you, through your curation, you actually not only prepare your institutions, but people that attend your events, that are fond of your programming, you prepare them to those to this new world, this building of this new world, or this good world.
Good world. Hopefully, it's a good world.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good world, but I think in order for it to be a good world, we have to still capture, understand the complexity of the current world, be it if it's good or terrible, and I actually wanted to start maybe by just referring to one project which is very dear to me and also formed my thinking, curatorial thinking, from 2022. So this is from my previous job, from Steiger Herbst, A War in the Distance, which was an exhibition, or actually two exhibitions, which were a reaction to some extent to the full-scale invasion in Ukraine. And in this exhibition, actually, what we noticed within the team, the curatorial team, is that actually in the context of Austria, people have no idea about the post-Soviet space. Yeah, they don't even differentiate, Polish language, that this is not the same alphabet. It's a maze of like Belarus, Ukraine, like it's all a maze, and they have really no idea. Yeah, so we felt that for us, it's actually quite important to question this distance. Yeah, this assumed distance that there is between. Let's say the Austrian society living here and drinking their Grüne Veltliner wine and celebrating and sort of acting as if, the war is somewhere else, the war is far away, it has nothing to do with us. Yeah, this is not the case as we know. Thus, the war, and this is what's questioning this optics of how do we look at war, but how also do we look at contemporary art through the lens of the war that is happening right now in Europe. And so it was, of course, a huge show. I just want to mention because maybe this links a little bit, to your work. That one of the first show was a pure video show, and we actually inserted two, let's say, curatorial footnotes. It was a show with artists who are living, who are from Ukraine, who are dealing with the subject of war. Were they dealing with the subject of war prior 22, so already from 2014. But we also inserted, let's say, a footnote to Alexander Dovzhenko, 1918, a very famous film that depicts the Kiev Arsenal uprising. And what we see in this film, this historical footage, it's a black and white, These scenes are pretty cruel, but sadly, this is something that we are also facing today in the context of Ukraine. And another, maybe it was a curatorial intervention rather, was a really small video called Proof of War that we called Proof of War, and that was a screen that was showing images from a Telegram chat. As you know, Ukrainian community formed, and maybe some of you were even part of this group at the Telegram, formed a group chat where people were making images ongoing of the destruction in the context of war. So these were and except for that, there were other video works. That's why maybe I will circulate the catalog if you want to have a look. And I'm saying this all because for me, what's really important in my curatorial practice is to make art relatable and to, let's say, relate to the public discourse, the public debates, also by integrating art into it and saying what can actually art say and how can art say it, because art has a very different way of argumenting. It's more affective, it's more emotional, it's more through through images, it's more through something that art can evoke that maybe like argumentative sort of writing or thinking cannot, or maybe it also can. Yes, so to come now to my program, I mean, this year I'm dealing with, I took as a starting point or as a background for myself one of these multi-poly crises, that is the health crisis. So the program is called, just in essence, I will not go into details, Chronic Contradictions. And within the chronic contradictions, what interests me is the trauma and everydayness of trauma, and how we all deal with the trauma and how it's put into a taboo. And how can we create within also art institutions these small safe spaces, small spaces. There are also small spaces, but there may be safe spaces, or spaces that can find way to ignite hope in people, hope into the future, that the future will be the good future. And so maybe I would for now just leave it here and also pass to you.
Yeah, Tetiana, maybe you mentioned the idea of actually it's linked to what you just said about the ability of art to communicate differently, to reach out to people more emotionally maybe, and have a greater impact than pure research work. Well, how do you see the evolution of the institutions in Ukraine to create this, to break those silos and create this this capacity to engage at different levels, different competence, different skills, because there might be opportunity there to rethink the way institutions are built and are organized?
Well, I will talk here about two sides again, about institutions and also about people. So luckily, science and academia is not, for example, armed forces, and there could be parallel structures, like in art, for example, and in culture. So there are plenty of NGOs and private institutions. Well, here I'm representing a private university, Kyiv School of Economics. It's private university. And also I could mention that I'm representing NGO of the journal that I created, the only one journal for urban studies, peer-reviewed one, City Historiculture Society. And the idea to create this NGO actually to be independent from those rigid institutions. So we see that I'm a kind of, well, the one journal and a couple of private universities, I kind of not replacing, but replacing the part of the whole institutional structure that could work just differently. So I can say that, of course, one journal and private universities could replace the state system of higher education, that's the state system of research, of course not. But that creates this normal competition, let's say. I was the one who mentioned that that should be the culture of competing for resources, for limited resources, should be replaced by the culture of cooperating, and then that's why the amount of resource might be bigger. But that's create a kind of alternative reality. So you're not obliged to do whatever the chief of your department says you to do, because he is like his image of how the science should work are very dated. You have this alternative. Have a look, come back, bring best practices. And have a look, come back and bring best practices. That's also about diaspora. There are thousands of Ukrainian scholars in Germany, in Austria, in Poland, in Great Britain, in USA, who were forced to leave. Some of them, of course, went to do their PhDs and whatever, but they were forced to leave in 2022. Some of them have 1, 2, 3 year scholarships, and they are able to bring those new methodologies, new approaches, and this culture of collaboration back home. And actually, these people are able to make a change. These people are flexible. These people are they're resource, let's say. That's not a very human way to say, but they see how things could function differently, and they could bring those new models back home. I tend to use very romantic language, people say, but I can't help telling this really nice story about Whitby Abbey. That's the abbey on the coast of the North Sea in Great Britain. It's very famous. It was founded in 8th century, 7th century, it seems to me. But of course, as every abbey, it was ruined by Henry VIII. And the ruins of that abbey that was and is really important to the history of the whole kingdom, they really impressed me, because
art space, which can be like a utopian model for a new society, and to bring people together and ideas, and then to build bridges to these. For example, we work a lot together also with Belvedere, because this is important, not to stay in these outlying districts, but really to build these bridges in both directions, because they come to us and say, could you please curate things in the Golden Hall from Musikverein? This is worldwide known from the New Year's concert. And most of the Viennese people never went there. And they have really a golden chamber in this building. Yeah? But to curate a concert there, this is really a sign. Thank you that I had this possibility to take this, add this.
I apologize for taking you by surprise, but your institution is known for having developed a lot of projects that involve the community at large, and I thought it was a good idea to get your opinion. Any intervention on what has been said so far, or some contribution? So I'd like to thank the two panelists for their intervention. Thank you very much. So we go for our last lab, and you understood the last lab is about the building the good society and think about the future of institutions, how to address the future. We're given some ideas, on building bridges between communities, on breaking silos between competence and skills. I think there was this interesting also policy at Austrian level to audit institutions for them to adapt to climate change. So I think here the floor is open for imagination and ideas. So actually we could also do it all together instead of splitting into groups. What do you think? Yeah, maybe makes it. I think we know each other, so it's maybe easier. And so maybe let's do it this way. So any ideas on building up on what was said before and how you see the evolution?